Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvisesham Shunyavadi Pashyata Deshatarine Deve Gauravani Pracharine Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Agora Haribo, 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 Nitai Gora Haribo.
They were too embarrassed yesterday. This Vyasasana is for very big people. Some of us, as you get older, you have a little trouble controlling your weight, but this is like really anticipating some big people. You could have 3 people up here. You could have 2 Maharajas sitting next to each other in the same Vyasasana. The microstand too. You're anticipating some very big devotees in the future. You get a huge thing, huge chair, big stand. Kali Yuga, you're supposed to be getting smaller, but maybe by Lord Chaitanya's movement, people start getting bigger again. Yes. Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopi Chanabalava Girvardhari. Thank you. Chanabalava Girvaradari Haribol. You sing Yaso
Jana Jamuna Tira Vanachari Jamuna Tira Vanachari Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Vihari Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Vihari Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivara Dhari Yashodanandana Braja Jana Ranjana Jamuna Tira Vanachari Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Vihari Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Vihari
Swami Maharaj Ki Jai. Shri Shri Radha Syamasundar Ki Jai. Gaur Premanandi Hari Hari Bo. All glories to the Sum devotees. All glories to the Sum devotees. All glories to the Sum devotees. All glories, Shri Shri Guru and Gauranga. Shri Prabhupada Ki Jai. You gave me some of those drops last night, but I didn't bring them. I said, you gave me some of those lozenges last night, but I didn't bring them. Krishna comes, he gives us the mercy. Prabhupada comes, gives us the mercy. Guru comes, gives us the mercy, and we leave it at home. Isn't it? That's our curse, you know, just chant sincerely. No, I have so many other things to do, etc. So that's not so good. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. So today we're reading from chapter 19, canto 3, the killing of the demon Hiranyaksha, text 25. And I'm going to read 26 also. 25 is very short, just one sentence purport. So 25. Tam mushtivi vinigrantam Rajasharai Adhoksaja Karnena Karnamule Ahan Yata Tvastran Marutpati Tam Mustibir Vinignantam Rajashara Adhoksajaha Karena Karnamulehan Yata Tvastran Marutpati Tam Mustibir Vinignantam Raja Shara Arhoksajaha Karena Karna Mulehan Yata Tvastran Marutpati Tam Mustibir Vinignantam Raja Shara Arhoksajaha Karena Karna Mulehan Tata Tvastran Marutpati. Ladies? Tam Hiranyaksha Mushtibi with his fists, Vinignantam striking, Rajasharai as hard as a thunderbolt, Adhoksaja, Lord Adhoksaja, Karena with the hand, Karnamule at the root of the ear, Ahan struck, Yata as, Tvastram the demon Vritta, son of Tvasta, Marutpati Indra, lord of the Maruts. Translation: the demon now began to strike the Lord with his hard fists, but Lord Adhoksaja slapped him in the root of the ear, even as Indra, the lord of the Maruts, hit the demon Vritra. Please repeat. The demon now began to strike the Lord with his hard fists, but Lord Adhoksaja slapped him in the root of the ear, even as Indra, the lord of the Maruts, hit the demon Vritra. Srila Prabhupada's purport. The Lord is explained here to be Adhoksaja, beyond the reach of all material calculation. Aksaja means the measurement of our senses, and Adhoksaja means that which is beyond the measurement of our senses. Text 26. Saahato Vishvajati Hyavaganya Pari Pramad Gatrudastalochanaha Rishirna Brahav Agri Shiroruho Pratat Yata Nagendro Lulito Nabhasvata. Those struck indifferently by the Lord, the conqueror of all, the demon's body began to wheel. His eyeballs bulged out of their sockets, his arms and legs broken, and the hair on his head scattered. He fell down dead, like a gigantic tree uprooted by the wind. Purport by His Divine Grace, Srila Prabhupada. It does not take even a moment for the Lord to kill any powerful demon, including Hiranyaksha. The Lord could have killed him long before, but He allowed the demon to display the full extent of his magical feats. One may know that by magical feats, by scientific advancement of knowledge, or by material power, one cannot become the equal of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. His one signal is sufficient to destroy all our attempts. His inconceivable power, as displayed here, is so strong that the demon, despite all his demoniac maneuvers, was killed by the Lord when the Lord desired, simply by one slap. Om Gyanatamianda Shajanan Anjana Shalakaya Chakshu Umanitamina Tasmai Shri Gurve Namaha Shri Tetanamiro Bishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Gadamayam Tadati Swapanantikam Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhaktivinoda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare. So thank you all for coming this morning. It's nice to be with the devotees discussing the pastimes of the Lord. So here in these sections we are reading, as we are throughout the Bhagavatam. It's the beautiful story of the beautiful personality of Godhead. So many histories and stories and interactions of devotees and demons, one after another, all to help us understand the nature of the Lord. Sometimes I ask this question, and those of you that maybe weren't raised in America, at least maybe in my time, don't relate this, but any of you ever seen the movie Wizard of Oz? Raise your hand if you saw the Wizard of Oz. Okay. At the end, do you remember how she gets out of her dilemma? Okay, long story short, yes. Oh, I thought you were raising your hand. Okay, well anyway, I started, now I have to finish. So, she finds herself in this terrible situation, bewildered by evil magical powers and so many other things. And she has these shoes, which she gets in the very beginning, more or less, of the drama. She has these shoes. And she goes through this long episode, very interesting story, colorful movie, it was great for kids. And at the very end, this one good witch, who was kind of like her guru in one sense, you could say, tells you you've had the power all along. Don't you realize it's in the shoes? Everything you've been through, now you understand how powerful those ruby red shoes are. I think they're on display at the Smithsonian Institute, if I remember. Dorothy's ruby red shoes. So in the same way, Krishna is with us all along. In the same way, we have the power, it's within our capacity, by surrendering to Him and accepting Him as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. It's possible, just as Lord Varaha, all the demigods are completely afraid of this powerful demon, and as they will be later with his even more powerful brother. So all these great, powerful personalities there, they are ineffective against the demoniac and magical powers of Hiranyaksha. But the Lord, He just taps him with His foot, finished. As Prabhupada says, he could have finished him so much earlier, but he let him display all of his prowess, everything he had, all of his magic, he conjured up demonesses who came, and then he disappeared, and all these things, and Lord Raj is like, okay, try it again, try this. And then he just casually, what's the word that's used? Indifferently. It's like, oh, you're still here? You know? Like that. So, Prabhupada writes in the 3rd chapter of Bhagavad Gita that this whole creation has two purposes. One is to give us the facility to try to enjoy separately from him, try to be happy, try to establish our different kingdoms. You know, some people want a big, big kingdom. Here in Yaksha wanted to conquer the universe. Somebody else just wants a TV set in the living room. They just want to watch the football game, right? Somebody else, whatever it is, so many things. So that's one purpose. And then the other purpose is to gradually help us understand the process of sacrifice, which means gradually understanding that actually all these efforts to satisfy me end up in me becoming less happy, more frustrated, more disturbed. And we can see that happen in the world all around us because there's more facility in the world today for materialistic pleasure and opulences, and you know, practically everybody. You go to India, even like the rickshaw wallahs, practically even the beggars have phones. You know, like they check in. Wow, we just got a big donation. You know, they call home. It's like even very poor. They have a phone, so there's so much facility there, and houses and cars and so many things. But people are not. If those things work. We should see a decrease in addictions, isn't it? We should see a decrease in depression. We should see an increase in the new generations. The younger generations are more happy because there's more facility, right? I remember when I grew up, it was a big deal. My father bought a color TV set. And a lot of people had TV sets by then. Previous generation, getting a TV set was a big deal. But we had a color TV set. It wasn't very good by today's standards, but it was a color TV set. It didn't make anybody particularly happy. It's like, oh, I have a color TV set. You tell all your friends that we have a color TV set. And they all can get envious. Oh, you have a color TV set. But you sit long enough in front of the color TV set, you're bored. What's next? Isn't it? So, this effort to try to satisfy ourselves through the senses, we're meant to be satisfied. Satchitananda, we are pleasure seekers, as we described a little bit last night, but we're looking in the wrong place because we want to find happiness away from Krishna. That's our disease. We're in a disease condition of life. This world is meant for people who want to try to live in a disease condition of life. But Krishna is so kind that he simultaneously lets us try to fulfill our foolishness. And at the same time, he's right there with us, like it describes in the Upanishads, like the two birds in the tree, waiting for us to turn towards him. And the Upanishads talk about turning towards him. It's good, we turn towards him. But bhakti is all about how do you turn towards him? And is it just turning towards him, or is it embracing him and accepting him and making him the center of our lives? And that's what the whole process of bhakti is about, is gradually becoming purified and understanding, and then becoming gradually convinced, and then experiencing that actually Krishna is the enjoyer, and if we strive to satisfy him, we automatically become pleased. Just like, you know, so many of you have little kids here, and, you know, sometimes little kids are difficult, but other times, I mean, when you cook something nice for your son or daughter, and, you know, and you see they're happy. I was at the Kishori temple the other day, and some mom and her little daughter walked by, and, you know, they went to that little grocery store across the street, and they came out, and the kid had one of those, like, summer ice pops or whatever they call them. Just this look of such happiness on their face, you know. They had no other desire in the world, and their mommy had provided for them. And she didn't look particularly opulent, and this certainly wasn't a very expensive thing. I don't know what they sell for these days, not very much, you know, a couple dollars or something like that. But the child was so happy, So naturally the mother is so happy. So why is the mother happy? We understand because it's the nature of the soul. Krishna is by nature, and we're parts and parcels of Krishna, so we have that same nature. By serving others, by loving others, by putting others first, we actually experience a higher level of pleasure. And you see that every Christmas, right? Like the Salvation Army is out, they've got thousands of people around every city in the world, or at least in the country, and they're ringing the bells, and they have an expression, something like, sharing is caring, or giving is something like, the more giving makes you happy. Something. Anybody remember their slogan? Next Christmas, look at it. Remember? Sharing is caring, and it's something. This idea about how if you give, you're more happy. And I can remember. I grew up in a non-religious but Christian family, and Christmas was a big deal. And maybe I'm seeing imperfectly looking back, but as I remember, you were kind of excited to see what presents you got, especially when you're a little kid. You don't even notice anybody else is there. It's just like, which is my box or boxes? And if your sister has a bigger one, that's a big source of conflict. But as you get a little older, actually, there's a lot more happiness comes by giving the present. You want to see what you got, but you're more excited. See, mommy likes the earrings you bought at the dime store, which she would never wear in public, ever. But she's very satisfied with those because it's given with love. So this world is to help us understand that by serving others, ultimately, of course, serving Krishna. When we serve Krishna, naturally we serve others because we see them as parts and parcels of Krishna, then we're more satisfied. But we're in the process of becoming convinced of that. And that's what this whole, just like Dorothy, the story started with. She went through this whole drama, of course, which makes a nice story, so good there was a drama. But she went through the whole drama just to realize, actually, the shoes can get me back home. So Brahma, right, in the 10th canto, goes through this whole drama. He displays his magic and his wonderful powers, and he steals away the cowherd boys, and he steals away the calves, and he puts them in some cave. And he goes away for 1 year of earth time, which is explained, it's just a moment of his time, because he's a little nervous. He's thinking, I'm very powerful, and I took away these cows and calves just to see, what if he really is as powerful as he seems to? What if he really is my Lord appearing as a child? How can God, Vishnu, be such a small child? But I better go back quick and make sure I'm not in trouble. And of course he goes back and he's completely mystified. He's used his power. I mean, these days in perverted evil ways, people, kidnap one person. He mystically took them away, put them asleep, and put them in a cave. That's nothing compared to what Krishna did. Krishna expanded himself, looked exactly like those boys and those calves. And because it was him, as described, the parents, the cowherd boys, the cowherd men and the mothers and the mother cows, they all were even so much more attracted to their own children because it actually was Krishna. So then Brahma realizes, oops, I made a big mistake. And you're the Lord. And I'm really, really sorry. And I won't do it again. And please forgive me. So he becomes convinced Krishna is God. And of course, Indra, similar thing. What do you mean you're stopping my yajna? How dare you stop my... I am the king of heaven. Don't you understand, you impudent little boy? You simple farmers of Vrindavan? I will punish him. Boy, it was heavy, right? I grew up, they used to have an expression called 50s dad. Dads in the 50s were pretty heavy. Maybe it's post-World War II and, toughen up, kid, because, the world's not a good place. So they were kind of tough dads. My dad never got angry the way Indra got angry. I mean, that's heavy, They just stopped a little yajna, so he's going to destroy them? The whole village? He sends the clouds that are designed to destroy the universe at the end of creation? I mean, that's a little over the top, isn't it? That's a little over the top. And it took him a while longer. How many days? It was 7 days, right? On and on and on, and the clouds and flooding, and it took him 7 days to, Brahma was kind of quick. I mean, Earth time again was like a moment. It was like, uh-oh. Indra was like, no, I'm going to keep trying, more thunder, more water, more thunder, more water. And then slowly he realizes, uh-oh, I'm in trouble. Then he stops, he sends everybody away, and he comes and he, again falls in front of the Lord. He realizes who he is and the big mistake he made. So our lives are not quite as dramatic. Our roles in the universe are not as significant as Lord Brahma and Lord Indra, but it's a similar process for us. We're testing Krishna. We are trying to ignore Krishna. We're trying to arrange that the results of the yagyas of the world satisfy me, right? Rabindranath Prabhu uses this nice expression. He says, all of us in this material world, we have our little God project. I'm God of this. Remember in one lecture Prabhupada talked about, he saw a man in the Howrah station in Calcutta. You may know what Howrah means? I think it comes from the same word as horrible. If you've ever been to the Howrah station, I don't know how it is today, but years ago it was horrible. If you wanted to really see how bad the material world is, travel through the horrible Calcutta train station. So, but Prabhupada mentions years and years ago, he saw a man walking through the station, and he had a bundle of, Prabhupada uses this term, half-burnt wood. And Prabhupada says that was his possessions. It wasn't that he only had a bundle of wood. That would have been opulent. He had half-burnt wood. It was so poor, that's all he had. But Prabhupada was speaking in this particular context that even that he was attached. He could see the man was struggling, carrying this heavy burden. For what? For half-burnt wood. So we all have our little projects. And from the perspective of a spiritually advanced person, the various things that we have in this material world, they're not very significant. They're only here for a short time. In the body's only here for a short time. We may have, many of you have advanced degrees. That's very nice. And we also understand it's finished at some point in time. I mean, I have many friends that talk about older relatives or people they know who suffer from dementia. And at one time they were brilliant scientists and researchers and big businessmen and, orators, and now they don't know who they are. And they don't recognize anybody. So you can have the plaque on the wall. So how temporary that is. Or we all know, the body. I just remember we all have different cultural experiences. You grow up as a kid with different heroes or heroines, different, very beautiful young princesses or very strong, dashing men. And then you see a picture years later, it's oh my gosh, he was so handsome and now he looks like that. Or he was so intelligent, now he just, once in a while I've had to visit nursing homes I guess go visit elderly relatives. It's scary. Every third room, they were once young and strong and healthy and happy and had a house and maybe a car and some success in society, and it's sad. But sometimes literally there's people in chairs, they're just drooling. And we should think that could be me someday. I mean, hopefully we are stronger and healthier than that, but we don't know. So it's not that these things should just, I had one relative, I told him one time, years ago, I said, you're like 40 years old. You're getting old. You need to maybe think about spiritual life. And he said, yeah, 40. I'll probably live till 80. I got half to go. And I was thinking well, that's not quite what I meant. I was kind of thinking, And so to try to enjoy ourselves in this world, which ultimately is not a successful project, and to learn how to sacrifice, how to sacrifice for others. I remember when I was a new devotee, in Denver, and the temple president's wife, I remember her saying one time, because she had a woman's body, so maybe she had insight on women. Women have their issues, men have their issues. And she was saying how really wonderful it is for the ladies to be able to dress the deities, because I think we can see, just look around the room. Sorry, guys. You know, ladies, they're a little better at dressing and, you know, right? They think, you know, like, you go on a trip, I just like throw a few dhotis in, throw a few shirts in, I'll figure it out later, right? My wife's like, this is an outfit, and this is and she's a pretty renounced person, so I'm not picking on her. But isn't it, lady, you think in terms of outfits, don't you? We just throw stuff in a suitcase. It's like, well, I brought one sweater. Well, it doesn't match anything. Well, that doesn't matter. If it's cold, I need a sweater. Isn't it? This kind of, right? You know, duh, right? Men do have some redeeming features. I don't want to pick on us all. But fashion is generally, not always, but generally not the best one. Where was I going with that? What's that? Yeah, with the deities. So she was saying how ladies, you know, you can get attached to, you know, looking pretty and making sure everything matches. And when you dress Krishna, when you dress Radharani, when you're thinking, like I was in Kishore temple, I was looking through the Bajari room. Wow, is that place organized? I mean, there's little notes about at night, Gaurnitai should wear this type of earring and this type of crown and this type of this and this type of that. And you pull the drawer and there's hundreds of earrings, and you pull in, there's hundreds of necklaces, and and I'm like, how could you even possibly, you know, I was like, is there anything yellow in there? We need yellow today. But Tadit Mataji is a wonderful devotee, Savasa's wife, been in LA leading that community. She was saying about how special is it, how she was saying particularly ladies, men too of course, how by dressing the deities, that tendency to want to look pretty and make pretty things, we give it to Krishna, and it purifies us. You know, and some people, they like to cook. Who's that devotee, Ras Vilas Prabhu in Salt Lake City? He was telling me he used to, somehow I think his wife, maybe initially, you know, was more devoted than he was, so she'd kind of like, he'd take her to the temple, he wasn't very happy about it. But somehow they let him, he liked to help in the kitchen, so I don't know the process, but, you know, cut vegetables or what, but after some time, and then, because he liked to cook, he was attracted to cooking. And that kind of pulled him into Krishna consciousness. And now some devotees, they're just like, I can't wait to get initiated twice so I can dress the deities. Isn't it? Some people, they're like that, right? And some devotees, it's, you know, different aspects of Krishna consciousness. Prabhu's here who helps, right, clean the kitchen. I was telling him the other night, he's probably the most, sorry, Premananda. He's probably the most important devotee in the temple. Because, sorry everybody, the pots didn't get cleaned yesterday, there's no breakfast. And there'll be no Sunday feast. And none of you are going to come. Isn't it? And the crowd's not going to come. And Krishna might get up and walk away himself, who knows, if there's no offering. So that's an important part of what we're doing. So we're attracted to different things. So here, this opulence of Krishna, Lord Varaha being the all-powerful person, in so many traditions of the world, they understand, they have some sense God is great. Right? I think that was Allah Akbar, means God is great. So different traditions, different languages, God is great. I was in school, I was in the choir, and we sung a lot of these beautiful hymns. And there's one nice Christian hymn, maybe Methodist, How Great Thou Art. It's kind of a classic American, maybe it's British. So Prabhupada says in Bhagavad Gita, people have some sense of how God is great, but here it's revealed how great God is. How God is great. Not just that He is great, but how He's great. So in the Bhagavatam is unpacking this. So we're seeing, you know, how Lord Varaha is so great. He just like, okay, He's playing with Hiranyaksha. Okay, I'm tired. Finished. You're gone. It's over. We, of course, understand Krishna has so many different opulences. Power is one of them, right? The 6 opulences. Renunciation, beauty, knowledge. So here, particularly, it's describing Krishna's power. And some people, even maybe sometimes ourselves, we hear these stories, it's like, okay, maybe, right? like I was riding with this 11-year-old boy the other day, devotee boy, and he started by saying, yeah, I like mythological stories, and I was about to launch into a whole philosophical debate. Well, they're not mythology, and I thought, nah, he's 11 years old, that's probably not the best way to go. Better just talk with him about demons, he'll like that, which kind of worked. So a lot of people in the world, if we describe these pastimes, they can't understand it, they can't believe it, and it's one of the reasons, right, to explain the holy name to a faithless person is an offense. Because they're not going to believe it, and you just, like in the Bible, it says, don't cast your pearls before swine. Similar thing, of course. They have some heavy language too in their tradition. So swine, wow, that's like worse than karmi, isn't it? Kind of like that. So don't present the truth to people who can't understand it at all. And we're trying to gradually understand it, and people, so many people don't accept it, how powerful Krishna is. But at the same time, as Prabhupada would often say, they have to accept the power of God at the very least when he comes as death. You may say you don't believe in God, but you have to accept something more powerful than yourself. So then who is that power? What is that power? What's the nature of that power? And even when we look around the world today, there's so many examples of so much power in the world. You know, one who's a little thoughtful. You know, again, you look out the window, there's these beautiful trees. I mean, this big, huge tree, at some point in time, was a little tiny seed. That's mystic. That's mystical. How is that happening? Well, it's not really mystical. It's because there's water and there's earth and there's different chemicals. But why that chemical works, why not? Why not? Why is it you can plant your husband's not here, but why you can plant a lemon tree here, and like in Harrisburg, there's a devotee that's also a really good gardener. So you plant one little seed here, and apples come. You plant a seed here, and limes come. You plant a seed. I mean, huh? Well, it's the DNA. It's all like, okay, great. So they go deeper and deeper and deeper. But, you know, if you go into the molecular interaction and the ribosomes and the chromosomes, but we all know you go deeper and deeper and deeper, you keep asking, well, why does that happen? Well, that's a good question. Because of this. Well, that's great. Why does that happen? Well, that's a good question. Because of this. Well, why does that happen? We're working on that one. Isn't it? Any scientists in the room? Isn't it a fact? Every single thing, they go deeper and deeper and deeper and smaller and smaller and smaller, more and more finite, and it just, what's behind it keeps escaping them. Because what's behind is, according to the Bhagavatam, Krishna, there's consciousness behind it all. So, therefore it's described, right, in Hokshaja or Chintya, inconceivable. The Lord's power is inconceivable. And Prabhupada mentions one may try by their magic. It's interesting, he puts them together. Magical feats, comma, by scientific advancement of knowledge, comma, like he's in the mood of Lord Varaha. Maybe magic, maybe science. It's all insignificant compared to Krishna. By the material power, one cannot become the equal of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So as devotees, we know, and there's so many scientists in our community, we probably have more scientists in our Krishna community than most, for sure. So we understand the limitations, as Prabhupada said, of science or magic. Sometimes we use magic. Anybody know Pyari Mohan? Prabhu in Hartford? Right, you've seen he's a magician. I was at the Hartford Rath Yatra a few weeks ago, and he performed on stage, and the kids love it. I don't think he pulled rabbits out of his hats, but he makes little ropes turn into big ropes, turn back into little ropes. That's one of his tricks. I can't remember the other ones, but it's fun to see his magic. But he knows whatever magic he knows is coming from Krishna. He recognizes Krishna. So in the same way, Prabhupada said, okay, science is wonderful, if he said that as exact word, but your science is good. Use your science to prove that God exists. That's the best use of science. And I was thinking, oftentimes, unfortunately, just to talk about science for a minute, you know, we benefit from scientific progress. I mean, there's so many devotees I've been giving rides in different cars and things. We benefit by, you know, whoever figured out the combustion engine 150 years ago. And now they figured out the electrical cars with electricity. Maybe someday there'll be something else. Of course, there's always side bad side effects. That's another thing. But we benefit from those things. Somebody figured out, I don't know how electricity works. You can say, well, I know how it works. You throw the switch. But, beyond that, I don't know how it works. I push the accelerator. I don't really know. I know there's some pistons moving. How it can move in such a way, somebody knows those things, some engineers know. So that's very good. But at the same time, all these things are imperfect. And they all come with side products. Just like I was thinking, it's not too long ago we got through COVID. Hopefully none of you had people close to you that had this experience. But the fact is, Madhava Prabhu, who's the president of the temple in Baltimore, initially they didn't know how to treat COVID. So it's like anything else, you throw everything at it you possibly can. Isn't it? It's like, your drain's plugged up. So first you try this, right? First you try some Drano, that didn't work. Then you get out the plunger, that didn't work. Then you get out the snake, that didn't work. Then you call the plumber. The plumber tries this, that doesn't work. Rip it out, start over again. So medical science is a similar way. They'll tell you, so with COVID, we don't know what's causing this. Try respirators. Those early days, they put everybody on those respirators. Neela Madhava told me 80% of the people, once on those respirators, they never came off. So we all know, by Krishna's grace, they were using high technology. And the people in California, talking to the doctors in New York, talking to the ones in Chicago, probably happened within a matter of weeks. And they're studying what's happening. Well, we're putting people on respirators. We are too. That seems the best tech. How's it working? Oh, we lost 3 last night. We lost 14 out of 22. Oh my gosh, what about the rest of them? They said, and they realized, hey, it doesn't work. They never publicly said this, but they realized we're killing people. We're killing people. We're trying to help, and thank you for trying to help, but eventually they stumbled across some better ways of treating people. But they killed a lot of people in the early days. Now, okay, it's their karma, it's their destiny, Krishna. Yes, at the same time, the point is, with all of the knowledge, all the science, all the technology, it's a hit and miss process. Because why? We're fallible. Therefore, it describes in the 5th canto, right? Fallible soldiers. People are taking shelter. Just like, wow, I got, right? Y'all get the mail. Health insurance, life insurance. Then they have like accident insurance. I'm not even sure. Well, does that mean my life insurance doesn't cover me when I get in an accident? I'm not sure. And they used to have like airplane insurance. I remember distributing books in the airport years ago. It was a big booth before you get on the plane, and a lot of people are buying insurance in case the plane goes down. That must have been profitable, because not that many planes go down, right? Those people made a lot of money. And now you can get pet insurance, right? Which you need, because I have a friend who was like, something was wrong with their dog or cat or something. He's like, I don't want to say 10, but it was at least $2,000. And it might have been 10 to help their pet be healthy. So you can get insurance, because you better cover that. And of course there's fire insurance and there's auto insurance. And then you got to read 17 pages of all the things they don't cover, right? Isn't it true, And then you call them up, we had a flood. Well, on page 17 in the fine print, we do not cover floods, right? But I've been giving you thousands of dollars for all these years. Well, sorry, you didn't read this fine print, Now, sometimes, insurance companies, they sometimes are really, really helpful. That's great. And health insurance is a good thing. And, we should provide these things for our families and for the devotees and all those things. But at the same time, like with these medical doctors, okay, we're going to put you on a respirator. It's like, oops, that didn't work. That didn't work, isn't it? There's so many examples of that. Before any of us here, in the 40s, they had this really cool discovery. It was kind of like, today they have Apple Watches, right? That's not so cutting edge. It's probably something new by now. You know what they had before? Radioactive watches. It was the big thing. They glowed in the dark. It's true, right? You've heard of that? It's true. And then they suddenly realized, this is people getting very, very, very sick, really sick. And some of the earlier, I can't remember the one woman's name, woman scientist was one of the leading research. She died from radioactive poisoning, because they didn't realize how dangerous it was. So many things like that. So again, it doesn't mean people aren't trying, but as devotees, we appreciate all those efforts. Thank you, insurance agents. Thank you, engineers. Thank you, architects. Thank you, electricians. Thank you, Thomas Edison. Thank you, Henry Ford. Thank you, all these different people. And we don't put full faith in you. We don't put full faith in you. And the modern world's kind of like, we should put our faith there. Or sometimes people say, don't have any faith. You know, you have the other side, you know, conspiracy theorists. You know, everybody's bad. Behind the scenes, there's evil. And I think devotees were in the middle, because Prabhupada said, I heard on a lecture the other day, Prabhupada said, actually, we do not condemn scientific advancement. We don't condemn it, because it's expression of Krishna's energy. But we don't get carried away with it. We understand who's behind it. So the whole process of bhakti is to help us become convinced that we should take shelter of Krishna, and that he's actually, like here, you can take shelter of magic, you can take shelter of science, you can take shelter of power. Here in Yaksha's like the personification of those things. He didn't stand a chance. Krishna's like, Radha's like, okay, you're done. You're finished. I'm tired of you. And so many other times, like when different avatars of the Lord, he's battling with these different demons, and the demigods are like, please, get rid of him. Please, quick, night's coming. He's going to get stronger, and you got to get rid of him. And he's like, oh, you want me to get rid of him? Okay. I was just playing with him for a little while, you know. And I mean, why was he playing with him? Well, you know, this demon wanted to act out his desires. Okay, you can act out your desires. Try your magic on me. You can try to grab me. Lord Vara's like, yeah, you want to grab me? Sure, fine. But I'm not there. I'm over here. What? You want to kidnap me? Sure, you can you know, my friends. It's not a nice thing to do, but I'll let you do it. But you're going to learn something through this. So we should hear all these things, and we should gradually, some of us may be quicker than others, but those of us that are a little more slow, gradually become convinced of Krishna's position. And if he is as powerful as we're learning, if he is as affectionate as we're learning, if he is as much fun as we're learning, if he does have all these cool pastimes, or hip pastimes, or what's the word now, brat? Right? Can you say brat pastimes? Is that right use of the word? Is that okay? You have a 14-year-old, right? You should ask him today, what's the right word? You don't tell him you're like a really old guy's asking, because he won't tell you it. Maybe he'll tell his mom, you can tell me. So like whatever, Krishna has these just amazing, right, in the Krishna book, wonderful Krishna, wonderful pastime. So, you know, we all tend to be attracted to different things, maybe, you know, whatever, you know, movie stars or athletes. The world certainly is attracted to those things, or singers, or really wonderful fashion designer, whatever. There's a slight reflection of Krishna's power. So we should understand Krishna's power. We should take shelter of Krishna's power. And I just need to make this comment. It doesn't mean we don't endeavor, Prabhupada says in the Gita, as if in military discipline. And he quotes that expression, God helps those that help themselves. So it's not that, okay, Krishna, you're all powerful, you're my friend, you know everything, so please take care of me. We should pray like that. I don't know where this comes from, but I think it's a wonderful expression. We should pray as if, or knowing, everything depends upon Krishna. We should act as if everything depends upon me. Both are there. So Krishna, I'm going to try. Right? It's the whole Bhagavad Gita. Krishna explained the whole science of all the different types of yoga and the three modes of material nature. He displayed the whole universal form, and, you know, those warriors are like rushed into his teeth and getting crushed. And it's like, at the end of that, you think, I got it, Krishna. You got this covered, don't you? So I'm just going to like sit here, and can you please take care of everything? Because you're, right? That's not what it's about. It's quite interesting. He has this amazing display of his power, and then he says, okay, now you go do it. Right? I'm the Supreme Lord. I'm controlling everything. And now please come and dress me. And don't be late. Because the head pujari, he's standing right there. He's going to give you a hard time if you're late. Because he's Krishna's representative. And whatever you do, don't poke me with pins. Because I may tolerate, but you're going to get in trouble with the temple president. There's one temple that, there's one temple, it's a little over the top, but they were like taking pictures of the deities and sending to everybody with, like, you know, pin marks. It's not the most appropriate thing to, take pictures of the deities without being fully ready to be seen by the devotees. But it was their endeavor to try to stop. But still, he still stands there and, tolerates so many nonsense. So Prabhupada said, God helps those that help themselves. So, there's a classic little story or joke about that you probably all heard, but it's worth repeating. About there was a big flood. And I think this is probably told in every tradition. So there's a big, big flood, and a man, they're evacuating everybody from the flood. And this one man, he goes up and he's like on the top floor of his house because the water is rising. And then the city, they send a boat around and they're evacuating everybody. They say, hey, whatever your name is, Raj, get in the boat. John, get in the boat because the water's going to come up. He says, no, I'm a devotee of God. I believe in God. He's going to save me. I don't need, thank you for coming. Okay. So they come around about an hour later. The water's higher. Now he's sitting on the roof. Say, John, get in the boat. This is dangerous. People are going to die. You got to get in the boat. He says, no, I trust the Lord. The Lord's going to take care of me. Okay, we got work to do. We got to go rescue other people. They come back about a few hours later. He's on the top of the chimney. Sitting on the top of the chimney. He says, John, it's the last chance. Get in the boat. He says, the Lord's going to save me. So they come back a few hours later and the water's above the fireplace and chimney. John's gone. So John died in the water, but he's a pious man, so he went to heaven. So in our version, he said to Jai Vijay, he said, I want to talk to Lord Vishnu. I said, okay, hold on, we'll make an appointment. So he goes to see Lord Vishnu, or God. He says, Lord, I've been devoted to you my whole life. I was dependent upon you. Why didn't you save me? You know this one, Premananda? The Lord spoke down to him and he said, John, I sent the boat 3 times. Right? We have to do things for ourselves too. Just like when there's a storm coming, a hurricane, some parts of the country, so many hurricanes and things. You see everybody out nailing the boards they showed on the TV, news reports, they're nailing it down, and they bring all the lawn furniture inside, and they put their cat and their dog in the car, and they drive away, and they try to evacuate. You can't stop the hurricane, but you do everything you possibly can to minimize the damage. And sometimes you see pictures of some of these things, and a hurricane comes through, and one house is demolished, flattened, nothing left. And the next house, 30 feet away, untouched. Right? You've seen pictures like this? And the next house, completely demolished. Or you see fires go like that. There's a big fire in Sharanagati, and they haven't been able to go back, big devotee community. But they've been told some of the houses are gone, some of the houses are there. So they're like living in a local village. They don't know. Did my house burn down? Did your house burn down? They don't know. So what can you do in that situation? Dear Krishna, please take care of me. And we know, okay, maybe the house is burned down. Maybe I'll get a nicer house. Maybe my house didn't burn down. That doesn't necessarily guarantee me that in that house I'm going to be more happy or I'm going to be more successful in my spiritual life. I'm meant to move to Texas because I don't like these fires in Canada. And I'll blossom into, we don't know. Sometimes we get really attached, I got to get into that university. Well, in that university, maybe you're going to have an abusive roommate. Maybe you're going to have a professor who doesn't like you, who's going to make your life hellish. So Krishna sent you here, Krishna sent us there. So we try, we put the boards up when there's a hurricane coming, but we do the best we can. Just like this temple, we pray to Krishna, please help us continue to build the next phases of the temple, but we also have to try. So I had a few more comments, but maybe we should stop there. Maybe I can... We'll just touch upon this. As we're making more advancement, maybe not so much in the beginning, but Prabhupada said Krishna, he's actually more concerned what we're holding back than what we're giving. So we shouldn't be discouraged. I can't give so much. I've got doubts or I've got attachments. That's okay. I was talking with a young boy last night, very troubled young man, and he was telling me, I'm an atheist. I said, that's fine, no problem, I don't care. Be an atheist, but try this mantra. And trying to convince him, no, there's God, not good. He doesn't want to hear that. he's in such a difficult situation in life, he can't accept that there's a God. So don't push that. Just let him, hopefully the mantra will help. Krishna can certainly, change everything. Hopefully that's the best way to help him. So, some people, we all know, some of us, we have family members, why do you spend so much time at the temple? Well, don't worry about it, but I brought you some pakoras, right? Just give them pakoras, I'm an atheist. That's great. I have so many nice atheists in the world. But try this mantra, I don't want to be a vegetarian. That's fine. Just eat this, eat this samosa. See what you think, I don't want to come to the temple. That's okay. The temple's going to come to you. There's a parade downtown. Why don't you come check it out? It's a lot of fun. Krishna's tricky. He's tricky. He captured us, isn't it? And he just wants us to help him. That's our best possible scenario. We try to help him. Then we try to purify our desires by bhakti, increase our dependency on the Lord, and that's the perfection of our life. And just like sometimes I try to remember, Prabhupada said when we're chanting, we're calling out to Krishna, and he gives this beautiful explanation. So we should chant the Lord's name like a child crying for its mother. Okay, he's so powerful that he manifests he has this form, and it's described elsewhere that Lord Varaha's planet, I think Prabhupada says that it's a constant party. I think he uses that word, festival, maybe use that word. Like, it's kind of like that everywhere Krishna is, but I guess Lord Varaha particularly, it's like a special fest. So he's so powerful that he just, with this huge universal demon, the earth, the whole earth is in the bottom of the universal ocean, and Lord Varaha saves the earth, and then he's so powerful, but yet if we call to him like a child calls to its mother, he hears. What kind of person is that? So, questions or comments? Anybody? Yes.
Very grateful for everything during this visit. You have been pointing out so many different things. I just wanted to express my gratitude. Yes,
and I'm grateful because you're here. And without you, all these people wouldn't have anybody reminding them about what they're supposed to do to serve Krishna. And without all of you, there would be no temple here. Yeah, okay. Appreciation for Premananda and appreciation for all of you. Let me just reflect on that for a minute. Okay, before your question. We would be finished without the association of devotees. It's a fact. Okay, any of you manifested this temple on your own? Raise your hand if you built this temple on your own. Raise your hand if you worship the deity 7 days a week. Make sure that he's happy and he stays. Raise your hand if you cook all the prasadam every day that we eat. Raise your hand if you, after you've washed all the pots, if you buy the boga and you arrange all those things. Raise your hand if you're thinking about how to phase the next phase and if you're going to do it. We are so dependent on Krishna, but also on the devotees. Even the society, we appreciate even the government. Thank you very much for the roads they create and all that. So among devotee community, we all know our little friend up here, our mind, is so critical. So critical. Of course, the first person who loves to criticize is me, right? Our mind loves self-criticism, self-destruction. It thrives on that, especially in this age. It's just the mind. But we should try to train ourselves to develop more sense of appreciation. We should really try to think that, the deities are dressed so beautifully today. In addition to appreciating the Lord's beauty, we should try to help ourselves appreciate the devotees that help the Lord, serve the Lord to manifest His beauty. And we, appreciate, when you walk out the door, okay, we can just push the door open. We can also think about, how much energy went into planning those beautiful doors, making sure they're the right color, getting them hung right. Those are not inexpensive doors. Somebody's donation went to, so how dependent and appreciative how dependent we are and how appreciative we should be. And if we develop that mood, Even there's ordinary self-help people, all that, they talk about if you develop a mood of appreciation, life is so much better, Some guy honks at you and cuts you off on the road, to stop and think, he must have had a tough time today. He must be really suffering. As opposed to like, you jerk, how dare you, shake your fist at me. Of course, you don't want to do that back. This day and age, you pull out his gun and shoot you, right? So we can appreciate if he just shook his fist, he didn't shoot you. Even with that, it's a terrible world. But amongst devotees, we should really try to develop the sense of gratitude. Like they say, an attitude of gratitude. And it's not artificial, because the fact is we are dependent. Thank you, Krishna, for the oxygen. Shut off the oxygen in this room. It's a big room, but within 30 minutes or so, we're done. Isn't it? It's like a big city, right? Naperville's a big city. I don't know how they get all the vegetables to that Safeway or Kroger or Patel Brothers every day. There's like a lot of work goes into that. So we should like walking, wow, Krishna, thank you for giving people intelligence. There's farmers someplace that, grew that food, and just develop that sense of gratitude. And then we start realizing more and more, and behind that all is Krishna. Who gave the intelligence how to grow the food? Who gave the intelligence how to, run a big grocery store? All those, and we just like Krishna, we're just like surrounded by gifts. Just surrounded by gifts. Let me try to give a little something in exchange.
Yeah. So yesterday I happened to notice that young man you were talking about. Before you talked with him, I happened to notice this boy. And I saw him coming towards you. And I'm kind of curious, because there is more than one such young people that I came to know of. Even, he seems to be from some family.
They were visiting from somewhere outside.
Yeah, visiting people.
Yeah.
I didn't see him anywhere. But there are people who I know who have that age or a little bit older young boys who are going through this kind of tough situations in their life. And you mentioned that you gave him the mantra to chant and praying that it benefit him. I was just kind of curious that are they even open to that? Because they are in such a difficult, whatever it is that they are trying to figure out in their life, they are not able to get over that, whatever situation it is. And so, will they be even willing to try? Because, they have no faith at all. And they're struggling. You can clearly see they are struggling, but they don't even know how to ask for help or where to turn. So how effective, we understand that when it comes from a devotee, it's not intelligence, but it is more the mercy factor that works in the lives of people. But I was just wondering, when someone is of that age is having so much struggle, will they be even able to accept any guidance?
Well, the first thing is, as devotees and as adults, and sometimes as parents or friends or cousins or grandmothers or whatever, we should be very careful that we don't have this false assumption that we don't take advantage of whatever processes are there in the world to help. Srila Prabhupada himself has spoken, I don't know if he wrote about it, that it must have been like in the 30s. In India, he had one son who was mentally disturbed. Prabhupada took him to a psychiatrist. He explains that. Now you think about India, okay? Today, how many psychiatrists are there? 1930 or something, 2040, whatever in that period. How many psychiatrists were there in India? So, not very many, but Prabhupada felt he really needed. And then as I recall, Prabhupada says it helped for a while, but then he went away. So, sometimes in our society, we kind of overly stress this idea of don't associate with non-devotees. And we want to minimize our association that might cause us to, forget Krishna or all those things. But at the same time, if your car's broken down, you go to a good mechanic. right? If you have a toothache, someone says, Prabhu, here, try this japa. You're not chanting sincerely enough. It's like, well, thank you very much, but I can't chant because it hurts. I need a dentist, isn't it? Now, you know, the extreme we all know is, okay, between the dentist and the psychiatrist and the therapist, and my life will be made perfect. No, your life won't be made perfect. But at the same time, we have a material body, we have houses and cars, and, you know, when something breaks down in your house, sometimes you need to call a plumber. We're not opposed to those things at all. But we keep in mind, behind the scenes, it's ultimately up to Krishna, isn't it? I mean, sometimes there's something broken in your car. It's like, Krishna, if you want, please fix my car. And you try this, you try this, you try this, you try that. Ultimately, it's up to him if it's going to get fixed. But he doesn't say, sit at home and pray that your car gets fixed. Right? God helps those that help themselves. You go out and you do the very best you can. So in a similar way, in these more subtle things, there's a lot of younger devotees, especially these days, that are becoming psychologists and psychiatrists and therapists. And not that we can only go see devotees. Sometimes devotees are, if they're available, they can be more helpful. Sometimes there may be instances we really feel more comfortable with someone from outside the community. But we shouldn't avoid those things. I mean, case in point, there's the Grahasta Vision Team, and they have, you know, one of the things they offer is premarital counseling. You know, and sometimes we think like, well, she's a devotee and he's a devotee, and they both chant Hare Krishna, and maybe, you know, they're both initiated, maybe, you know, they both have the same spiritual master. Perfect. Not necessarily. You know, and even if it's perfect, this is the material world. Perfection sometimes still has its challenges. So sometimes, you know, we need help. In this world, we need help. So we should be open to those things. Again, not swing way to one side. Okay, if I solve all my problems, then everything will be good, and I don't really need Krishna. And not swing to the other side. Okay, Krishna, you take care of it. It's your problem. But again, pray knowing that ultimately everything's up to him, but acting as if everything's up to us. So I think it's such a good advice. So sometimes people, they're not, especially young people, they may not be so receptive to our help. But also young people, you know, when you're 17, 21 is really old. And there's no way you're going to talk to a 25-year-old because they're really, and we're thinking like, hey, I'm 60. I remember when I was 17, I can relate to you. Well, maybe we can, but they can't. You know, so the situation varies. Sometimes like a young person, they can talk to a grandmother, but they can't talk to their parents. Sometimes they can talk to an aunt, but they can't talk to an uncle. Sometimes they can talk to an uncle, but they can't talk to their father. Sometimes they can talk to a 19-year-old friend, but there's no way they're going to talk to a 21-year-old friend. He's just, you know, in their perspective, he's just way up there. And there are people that are trained to help. I know, like, in my case, I can share Gorvani, who, you know, has turned out pretty good. He's got 3 of his own kids now. There was some time when we went to see therapists, you know, we were having some trouble. And I remember we went to one therapist, was a Christian guy, and he told us a few things that really helped. And later, some other problem came up, I don't even remember what it was. We found another therapist who was like, yeah, I lived in San Francisco in the like 1968, and I remember whatever, Bhaktivedanta Swami, whatever and we thought, wow, this is Krishna's arrangement. He was horrible. He made things 10 times worse. And like, we went to him like a few times, like, well, that didn't help. So it's nice that he had some connection, but that didn't necessarily mean he was good. So, you know, you go to one plumber, the guy smokes cigarettes like a fiend, and you can hardly get him to take his shoes off when he comes out. But he's a really good plumber. And you get somebody else who's like a really wonderful devotee. I'll come fix your plumbing 3 weeks from now because I got to go do some work. You know, I'm going to Vrindavan on retreat, but I'll fix your house when I come back. Right? Are you going to wait? Right? So we have to be practical. But so I think in those situations, I mean, I just tried to say a few things last night. I was just thinking, Krishna, I mean, what do I say to him? And he needs, you know, sometimes people need professional help for sure. So we shouldn't avoid that. Okay. And seek, yeah, we should seek help, seek expertise. And at the same time monitor. you know, like you can go to some non-devotee marriage therapist and they'll say, well, you know, you're not physical enough with each other often enough. It's like, well, you know, we kind of have these vows. So maybe we need to express more affection to each other. Okay, that's often the problem within marriages, but doesn't necessarily mean we're going to like go to the extreme of what materialistic people do to try to enhance their marriages. We're not going to go out to the bar and, you know, dance at a wild party. We might come to the temple and dance on opposites, you know, 20 feet separate for Krishna, and we love dancing together at the temple. That will do. We might get intoxicated on sweet rice and kheer and everything else, but, you know, we do all those things connected to Krishna.
I have one other.
Was that okay?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, good. Yeah, I have another question.
The big thing, just to conclude, big thing is don't be afraid to ask for help.
Right.
We should, sometimes we think, well, we're devotees, so we don't have, you know, I'm a devotee, I'm not ever supposed to have any kind of physical illness because prasadam is the best thing. No, we get physically ill and we should seek the proper help. I'm a devotee, I'm not supposed to ever have any kind of psychological issues. In this age, so many, you know, I'm never supposed to be depressed because I'm a devotee. You know, people are going to think I'm not a good devotee if I, you know, may go through some stretcher. You know, we're not good devotees because we needed some marriage counseling, you know. That's foolish to think like that. Not everybody needs marriage counseling, but sometimes you do. Sometimes it helps. Sometimes, you know, we may have a teenage child that we just have such a hard time, we can't figure out how to connect with them, we can't communicate. You know, they don't talk to us. But sometimes, not all the time, you know, you find the right therapist and, you know, it's the minute you walk out the room, blah, they tell their whole life to this person because they know how to ask the right questions. So again, we don't think that's the full solution, but we're open to, you know, whatever helps us serve Krishna better. We're not fanatical. We're very practical people. You got a headache? Take an aspirin.
Yeah.
I mean, there are some religious groups, you don't, you know, blood transfusion, forget it. You know, medical science, forget it. We're not like that, you know.
Yeah. This is a different question. Cleanliness, neatness, and
that was yesterday's Bhagavatam class. You can ask the ladies that were here yesterday.
Cleanliness, neatness, and refinement of taste. I have seen this in His Holiness Ramapad Swami Maharaj. He's so particular. He will even find a little speck of dust somewhere. He will check it on his finger. I've seen it in you, you know, really, you know, two of our guides.
Yeah, we talked about that in class yesterday.
Yeah, so I have seen it in both of you, and I appreciate it from...
And it's from Prabhupada. We talked about that, so many stories of Prabhupada.
Yeah,
you know, that's how Prabhupada trained us, so now we're just trying to make sure that continues. This is his temple, his offering to Krishna.
However, it doesn't really happen in, you know, it doesn't really happen in day-to-day life, particularly in...
What doesn't happen?
This awareness of cleanliness. There's a difference between cleanliness, neatness, and there is a refinement of taste, and that can be there whether you are washing the pot, whether you are sweeping the floor, or whether you are dressing the deity. It goes all the way, you know. And, you know, we do talk here and there. You really literally demonstrate it by, you know, I just saw Devi Murti, you asked her to wash the tablecloth. That same tablecloth, I have been talking, you know, 20 weeks about that same tablecloth.
It'll be clean tomorrow, right?
Finally, Devi Murti is going to wash the tablecloth. Yes. So it may be because, you know, everybody's sensitivity levels are different, but we need the entire community to be aware of these things. This is actually growth in their spiritual life too, this kind of awareness. So some random talks is not going to, at least from someone like me, is not going to do it. And I'm not telling GBC should come here and talk about this all the time either, even though yesterday that expectation was put on you that, you know, how it should come from top to bottom. But Can you think about like a practical solution about this? This
Particularly
is so important
with
how
cleanliness in
to think about
particular?
community.
In particular with cleanliness?
Yeah, the awareness.
Yeah, it's multiple things. First, we have to know, we talked about yesterday, we take 4 vows. The purpose of those vows, in large part, is to uphold the 4 principles of religion, one of which is cleanliness. So we may be very proud, I have a name, Das or Dasi. Okay, am I clean? Am I very attentive to that? I mean, we all can improve, myself included. Are we making that a priority? Prabhupada talks about we should be clean inside and out. So if I've taken vows to observe, to avoid the 4 illicit things, am I equally committed to uplift the positive things? That's one thing. So, knowledge-wise, we have to have the knowledge, and then just like in the Pujari room, again, I mentioned I haven't gone here since I came this time, but in Chicago, I mentioned yesterday, there's an old building. It's there's some places that are a big mess, but you go in the Pujari room, I told Leela Mandir, I said, this is one of the cleanest Pujari rooms I've ever seen. So neatly organized, and there's notes, nice signs, not handwritten stuff with Scotch tape, but nicely written signs. This is what's expected here. So same thing should be in the Pujari room. If you come here, you have to, you wash your feet over there, you do this, you do this, you do this. So at least, those that have got second initiation helping on it's very, very clear what's expected. That should be there. And similar in the kitchen, it should be very, clear what's expected. I'm sure you did a wonderful job, so we know, like, these pots go here, these pots go here, you use this for that, you use that for that. So expectation is important. Knowledge, and then systems. Prabhupada said Krishna consciousness has meant the systematic propagation of spiritual knowledge. It's not whimsical, it's systematic. So there have to be systems, and that falls on your head. Is there a system? And sometimes we have shortage of people, so you just have to do what's most important. Is there a system what it means to leave the temple clean at the end of the morning program? Is there a system? Is there somebody who's supposed to wash the tablecloth downstairs instead of Anuttama happens to show up and it's filthy, and David Murthy happens to be there, and he says, can you please, David Murthy, can you please clean this? Right? There's no system, so we have to put systems in place that also allow for people's individuality and all that. Just like we had this recent little incident that drew attention of so many people about the banner in the entranceway to the temple. So it was easily solved. It's just like, oops, we don't have a system. We didn't think about the possible ramifications of not having that. So now we have our bulletin boards, and now there's a system. But does everybody know what's required of the bulletin boards? Okay, well, the next step is you need a little note inside there that says this is what happens with the bulletin boards. It's going to stay for 3 weeks. And so these little things need to be put into place step by step by step. And just like, we had this old building here for so long, the bathrooms in that place were pretty tough, but you try to clean them as best you can, also knowing we're raising money to build new bathrooms. But once we get the new bathrooms, we can't allow the standard that we tolerated with the old bathrooms, because those were old and run. We did the best we could, but they were falling apart.
So basically, you have something put for a system for something, and to make that system be communicated to others, you put another system, and then behind that there is another system. It's like, don't stick the banners on the glass, and then afterwards, that is gone, and then there is glue on the glass, and then there.
You know why certain people get to be presidents? You know why certain people need to become presidents in ISKCON? I have a theory just popped in my mind at this moment. Krishna looks down or out and he says, this is a wonderful devotee and they need to learn patience. I think I will make them the temple president.
I have to make everybody the temple president.
Yes. I can't say for sure, I haven't read in the Shastra, but this thought came in my mind. Yes, it's not.
I definitely did try.
And you have to do it with love. Isn't it? It's like with kids. How many times you have to tell them, right? Brush your teeth, brush your teeth, brush your teeth, brush your teeth. Did you wash your hands? 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 Did you wash? If did you wash your hands was a transcendental mantra, every mother in the world would be liberated within days. Isn't it? And you know, I remember when I went to college, I remember my mother one time came to visit, and we had like suites. There's like a room with 2 men, and then there's a bathroom, and then there's 2 men. And my mother came, and she cleaned the bathroom because she couldn't stand it. It was like so filthy. And like I was 19. And I'm sure she was thinking, how many times did I tell you? Did I raise you? Right, this classic mother thing. I didn't raise you like that, did I? Is that what I raised? And she just kind of quietly went and embarrassed the heck out of me and cleaned the bathroom because it was pretty bad. At 19, she's still trying to get me to be clean. Maybe she's still looking down, coaching me even today, I don't know. But so it takes patience, it takes effort, and we all have to try to do the best we can. We were driving out of the parking lot yesterday after, you know, so much talk about, rah, talk, clean up. As we're walking out of the parking lot, there's this box sitting there right as you drive in the parking lot. It's like, wow, we're going to meditate on Krishna. No, I'm going to meditate on that trashy box because it's right there in front of me as you walk in. So we're saying how many cars have driven by, right? How many people have thought, boy, somebody should pick up that box. Now, Rompat Swami is a wonderful guru, and Radha Swami, and so many wonderful gurus come here and inspire people. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, have any of them initiated anyone, somebody das? Is there a somebody dasi in this community? So why do we keep thinking somebody is going to do it? Right? We didn't think, well, somebody ought to pick up that box. It's like, make a U-turn. And we went to pick up the box. It wasn't just the box had been there so long, the bottom was rotten down to the box. So when you pick up the box, everything fell apart, isn't it? And spilled everywhere. And then Mataji noticed while we're picking up the box, it's like, oh, that's a dead creature next to the box. So, you know, we got rid of the box, right? He's so smart. He came back with a glove because Krishna told him in his heart, there's something serious to clean up here. So he brought a plastic bag and he brought a glove, and we cleaned up the box and we cleaned up. And we didn't have a lot of time. We were in a hurry. But what did we take? 10 minutes? Took 10 minutes. So part of it is to think in our mind, this on this platform of cleanliness. One, don't make it worse. Right? Like the doctors, they make this oath, Hippocratic oath. By no means, cause no harm. So we should have a similar oath. Don't make it dirtier. Don't make it messier. At least that much. Don't make it worse. And then, you know, what's it take? There's 12, 15 of us here. If each one of us on the way out the door, you know, puts a couple mats away or straightens a couple chairs or takes a moment to, you know, wipe off, like Mataji's going to take the tablecloth home and wash. You know, they got 2 kids. He's a professor. Maybe he's on a summer vacation. I'm not going to ask. But he's a busy guy. She's very busy. But we can do a little something. Isn't it? We can do a little something. Sometimes you see people so distressed. And you just I wish I could somehow help them. You know, whatever. You see people fighting, families quarreling, fathers like about to, I was in Barcelona, so I walked by this father's like about to hit his son, he's upset. I don't know the background, maybe I don't know. What can I do to help? You take a moment, Krishna, please help. So we can pray like that, we can try to act like that, and we can do a little something on the way out the door. You know, look in the window, okay, nobody's straightened up the office. Okay, I can fix the chairs. 1 minute. We all have 1 minute, or if you got 2 minutes. So sometimes we think, I don't have time for that. We can, a little bit of time. And if everybody just does a little bit, isn't it?
Awareness is the awareness.
Yes, that's why you're the temple president.
Awareness is not there. So
Well, we have, yeah, but how does awareness come? So we speak about it, we teach it, we give an example. You know, I mean, I spoke about, I'm just here for a few hours, I spoke about a little bit yesterday, try to raise awareness. We're driving out yesterday, we tried to do a little something. We couldn't do much, we did something. We didn't have time to figure out where the benches go. I still don't know where the benches go, but, right, that was more than we could handle. But we could do this. There's this wonderful story Stephen Covey tells about, you've maybe heard it before. Two men, they're walking on the beach, there's a big storm the night before. So many starfish were swept up on the beach. And as they're walking, this one man reaches down, he throws a starfish in the water. Another one, they're all going to die on the beach. He picks up another one, throws it. After some time, the one man says to his friend, why do you keep doing that? It's not going to make a difference. There's thousands of them or hundreds of them on the beach. Why you do? It's not going to make a difference. So his friend, he reaches down, he picks up another one, throws it in the water. Says it made a difference to that one. Isn't that beautiful? So we should think like that. I don't have time to do everything. Well, we can clean one tablecloth, right? I can pick up one piece of paper. We can throw away one dead creature that was so fortunate somehow or other pass away on Krishna's property. Who knows what their destination is, but you know, we can, like that. So awareness, reminders, example, hearing the acharyas and how Prabhupada made it so important, Rampat Swami made it important, you know, and patience gradually gets better. 19 years old, my mother still came to the university and cleaned the bathroom. I still had not learned. But by that, you know, like I say, I was embarrassed. I think I kept it cleaner after that. I can't say for sure. But I probably did at least a little better. Okay? So we should stop. It's getting pretty late. But, right, we can talk more. So please, you're our president. You are the personification of patience. So just keep reminding us. And also, we know, like with kids, you get more success by reinforcing the positive than pointing out the negative. Like that last story. Prabhupada with Jamuna washing pots. You know that story? And Jamuna came, she was Janice, I can't remember, Jane, June, Joan. So she came to her sister who was devotee's wedding, and she was the only family member there, so Prabhupada said, well, you know, your family, you're supposed to help prepare for the wedding. So he gave her this big pot to wash. And I mean, you know, we know the deity standards. Talk about patience and tolerance. Prabhupada's telling his disciples, wash the pot for Krishna's feast in the bathtub. Now 10 minutes later, the bathtub's going to be, you know, whatever. Later in the day, feet are going to be in that bathtub. Not just Prabhupada, sometimes he had to share it. He shared his bathroom with other people. But he's washing pots, okay, like, Krishna's so kind, you know. So you do the best you can with what you've got. So he tells her to go and wash the pot. She's scrubbing and scrubbing and scrubbing because somebody burnt something on the bottom of his pig. She's scrubbing and scrubbing and scrubbing. She comes back. What did Prabhupada say? Well, it's very nice. There's this one black spot. Can you please get that? Right? But the first message was, that's very nice. You've done a very good job. Thank you very much. And there's a little more to do here. So she goes back and scrubbing and scrubbing and scrubbing and scrubbing and scrubbing. And then she comes the second time. Prabhupada says, oh, that's very nice. There's still a little spot. Can you please give it? And then she's scrubbing and scrubbing. And she comes, somehow or other, she got it all off. And Prabhupada, oh, very nice. Now go wash your hands and I'll show you how to cook a little bit. And even then, she's helping with, I think, samosas. He told her, I think, make a medium soft dough. And she was a bit of a chef. So it was like she used, I don't know, some French word, you know, do you want this type of... And he was like, every 8-year-old girl in India knows how to make a medium soft dough. You do not know how to do that? And then he showed her. And then she just came to the temple. So she's like, Swamiji, I need to smoke a cigarette. He's like, okay, go outside. And then she smoked a cigarette. He said, okay, now wash your hands. And then he'd proceed to have her helping cook more. You know, somebody came here to help cook for the deities, had to, you know, smoke a cigarette. You see a pujari smoking a cigarette in the car before, you go, oh, this is horrible. Cast him out. Never again shall you come to the, you know, we might have some kind of, Prabhupada's like, I got to work with what I got. And he was so kind and he was so patient. He had so much faith in us and in Krishna and Lord Chaitanya. But he could see, I'm not going to turn these people into Paka, Vaishnavas, Brahminical, but let's take the next step. So with that mood of patience and encouragement and enthusiasm, we you know, pick up a box, do the best we can. Okay? Thank you very much. Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Thank you all for so much patience. Very long class. I went longer than I should have, but Thank you for the nice discussion.
Pala Love Rasamati Nandana Brajabada Nagara Gokula Ranjana Kana Ramati Nandana Brajabada Nagara Gokula Ranjana Rasamati Nandana Brajabada Nagara Gokula Ranjana Gopi Parana Dhana Magana Manahara Kaliya Damana Vidhanam Gopi Parana Dhana Madana Manahara Kaliya Damana Vidhanam Rasamati Nandana Brajabada Nagara Rasamati Nandana Brajabada Nagara Gopi Parana Dhana Parana Dhana Madana Manahara Kaliya Damana Vidhanam Rasamati Nandana Brajabada Nagara Amara Harinam Amya Vilasa Vipina Purangara Nabina Nagana Bada Manki Magana Suvasa Amara Harinam Amya Vilasa Vikina Purandara Kabina Nagara Bara Manki Magana Suvasa Rasamati Nandana Brajabada Nagara Gokula Ranjana Rasamati Nandana Brajabada Jana Palana Asirapunasana Nandakadhana Rakhavala ब्रज जन पालना असुर नाशन नंद प्रधन रखवाला गोविंद माधव नवनीत दर्शन गोविंद माधव नवनीत दर्शन सुंदर नंद गोपाल गोविंद माधव नवनीत दर्शन गोविंद माधव नवनीत दर्शन सुंदर नंद गोपाल दशमति नंदन ब्रज बदनागर दशमति नंदन ब्रज बदनागर गोकुल नंदन दशमति नंदन ब्रज बदनागर गोकुल नंदन राम नतत चरा जामुन तत चरा गोपी बसन हरा दास रसिक गोपी बसन हरा रास रसिक श्री राधा वल्लभ श्री राधा वल्लभ भक्ति बिना श्री राधा वल्लभ श्री राधा वल्लभ भक्ति बिना दशमति नंदन ब्रज बदनागर गोकुल नंदन दशमति नंदन ब्रज बदनागर गोकुल नंदन गोपी परानधन मदन मनोहर कालिय गमन विधान गोपी परानधन मदन मनोहर कालिय गमन विधान दशमति नंदन ब्रज बदनागर गोकुल नंदन दशमति नंदन ब्रज बदनागर गोकुल नंदन गोपी बचन हरा रास रसिक कृपमय रामुना तट चला गोपी बचन हरा रास रसिक कृपमय श्री राधा वल्लभ वृंदावन रस श्री राधा वल्लभ वृंदावन रस भक्ति विनोद श्री राधा वल्लभ मननाथ भक्ति विनोद समति नंदन ब्रज वदनागर गोकुल समति नंदन कृष्ण कीर्तन गान तन पनो प्रेमामृतम मनिधि धीराधीर जन प्रिय प्रिय करो निर्मसनो पूजितो श्री चैतन्य कृपा भरो भुवि भुव भारावहंतारको वंदे रूप सनातन रघुजुग श्री जीव गोपालको कृष्ण कीर्तन गान तन परो प्रेमामृतम बनिधि धीराधीर जन प्रिय प्रिय करो निर्मसरो पूजितो नाना शास्त्र विचारणैक निपुण सद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणौ त्रिभुवने मन्नौ शरण्याकरौ नाना शास्त्र विचारणैक निपुण सद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणौ त्रिभुवने मन्नौ शरणाकरौ राधा कृष्ण पदारविन्द भजनानन्देन मत्वालिकौ वन्दे रूप सनातन रघुजुगौ श्रीजीव गोपालको कृष्ण कीर्तन गान तन परो प्रेमामृतम बनिधि श्री चैतन्य चैतन्य कृपाभनो भुवि भुव भारावहन्तारको वन्दे रूप सनातन रघुयुगं श्रीजीव गोपालको श्री गौरांग गुणानुवर्णन विभो सध्यासनिधार्मितं पापत्रापनिकृन्तनं तनुभितां गोविन्द गानामृतैः श्री गौरांग गुणानुवर्णन विभो सध्यासनिधान्वितं पापत्रापनिकृन्तनं तनुभितां गोविन्दगानामृतं आनन्दाम्बुधिवर्धनं कनिकनं कैवल्यनिस्वार्थं वन्दे रूपसनातनं रघुयुगं श्रीजीव गोपालको कृष्ण कीर्तन गानन तन परो प्रेमामृताम्बनिधि तत्त्वातो नमसे समण्डलपति शनि सदा तुच्छम भूत्वा दीनगणेशकं करुणया कोपीन कण्ठाश्रितौ तत्त्वातो नमसे समण्डलपति शनि सदा तुच्छव भूत्वा दीनगणेशकं करुणया कोपीन कण्ठाश्रितौ गोपी भावरसामृताभिलहरी कल्लोलमग्नौ मुहुः वन्दे रूप सनातन रघुयुगं श्रीजीव गोपालको कृष्ण कीर्तन कानन तन परो प्रेमामृताम्बनिधि कृष्ण कीर्तन कानन तन परो प्रेमामृताम्बनिधि कुज कोकिलहंस सारसगण कीर्णमयूराकुले नानारत्ननिबद्धमूलपिटप श्रीयुक्त वृंदावने राधा कृष्ण महर्निशं प्रभजतौ जीवार्थदौर्जौ बुधा वन्दे रूप सनातन रघुयुगं श्रीजीव गोपालको कृष्ण कीर्तन गानन तन परो प्रेमामृताम्बनिधि धीराधीर जनप्रियं प्रियकरं निर्मत्सरं पूजितं शङ्खापूर्वकनामगाननतिभिः कालावसानिकृतं निद्राहार विहारपादिविदितं चत्तन्तौ दीनौ च शङ्खापूर्वकनामगाननतिभिः कालावसानिकृतं निद्राहार विहार कादि विदितं चत्तन्तं दीनं च यं गोपी भावरसामृता दिलहरी कल्लोलमग्नो नमो वन्दे रूप सनातन रघुयुगं श्रीजीव गोपालकं कृष्ण कीर्तन गानन तन परं प्रेमामृताम्बनिधि कृष्ण कीर्तन गानन तन परं राधा पुण्य तटे कलिंग तनया तीरे च वंशी वटे प्रेमन माधव सादसे सदसया ग्रस्तौ प्रमत्तौ सदा राधा पुण्य तटे कलिंग तनया तीरे च वंशी वटे प्रेमन माधव सादसे सदसया ग्रस्तौ प्रमत्तौ सदा राधा कृष्ण गुण स्मिते मधुरिमा नंदेन मोहितौ वन्दे रूप सनातन रघुनिधं श्रीजीव गोपालकं कृष्ण कीर्तन गानन तन परं प्रेमामृताम्बनिधि धीरा धीर जन प्रियं प्रियकरं निर्मसनं पूजितौ श्री चैतन्य कृपा भरो भुवि भुव भारावहं तारकं वन्दे रूप सनातन रघुयुगं श्रीजीव गोपालकं हे राधे ब्रज देवी के चलते हे नंद सुनक्तः श्री गोवर्धन पाद पतले कालिंदिवाने कुतः घोषंताविति सर्वतो ब्रजपुरे खेदै महाव्यूहलौ वन्दे रूप सनातन रघुयुगं श्रीजीव गोपालकं वन्दे रूप सनातन रघुयुगं श्रीजीव गोपालकं कृष्ण कीर्तन गानन तन परं प्रेमामृताम्बनिधि धीरा धीर जन प्रियौ प्रियकरौ निर्मसरौ पूजितौ श्री चैतन्य कृपाभनौ भुवि भुव भारावहं तारकौ वन्दे रूप सनातन रघुयुगं श्रीजीव गोपालकं कृष्ण कीर्तन गानन तन परं प्रेमामृताम्बनिधि धीरा धीर जन प्रिय प्रियकन चिंतामणि प्रकर सदमसु कल्पवृक्ष लक्षावृतेषु सुरभिरभिपालयन्तम् लक्ष्मी सहस्रशतो संभ्रम सेव्यमानम् गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि चिंतामणि प्रकर सदमस्तु कल्पवृक्षलक्षावृतेषु सुरभिरभिपालयन्तम् लक्ष्मी सहस्रशत संभ्रम सेव्यमानम् गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि वेनं कन्वन्तं अरविन्ददलायताक्षं वेनं कन्वन्तं अरविन्ददलायताक्षं बरहावतं समसितां बुधसुन्दराङ्गम् कन्दर्पकोटि कमनीय विशेषशोभम् गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि चिंतामणि प्रकर सद्मसु कल्पवृक्ष लक्षावृतेषु सुरभिरभिपालयन्तम् लक्ष्मी सहस्रशत संभ्रम सेव्यमानम् गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि आलोलचन्द्रकलश वनमालवंशी रत्नांगदं प्रणयकेली कलाविलासं श्यामं त्रिभंगललितं नियतप्रकाशं गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि चिंतामणि प्रकर सद्मसु कल्पवृक्षलक्षावृतेषु सुरभिरभिपालयन्तम् लक्ष्मी सहस्रशतसम्भ्रम सेव्यमानम् गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषम् तमहं भजामि गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषम् तमहं भजामि गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषम् तमहं भजामि चिन्तामणि अंगानि यस्य सकलेन्द्रियवृत्तिमन्ति पश्यन्ति पान्ति कलयन्ति चिरं जगन्ति अंगानि यस्य सकलेन्द्रियवृत्तिमन्ति पश्यन्ति पान्ति कलयन्ति चिरं जगन्ति आनंद चिन्मय सदु जल विग्रहस्य गोविन्दम् आदि पुरुषं तमहं भजामि चिन्तामणि प्रकर सद्मसु कल्पवृक्ष लक्षावृतेषु सुरभि रवि पालयन्तम् लक्ष्मी सहस्रशत संभ्रम सेव्यमानम् गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि 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 चिन्तामणि प्रकर सद्मसु कल्पवृक्ष लक्षावृतेषु रविपालयन्तम् चिन्तामणि तमहं भजामि गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं 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 तमहं भजामि